host. Hello. This is Eviction Prevention Summit. Ladies and gentlemen. This is a mic test. Testing the mic. Micing the test. Start your morning right with Kellogg's cereal. Frosted Flakes. It is Nerf, or it is nothing. Baba Booey. Snap, crackle, pop. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Good morning. Come on in. If you have not gathered a seat, gather a seat. If you are inclined to move closer, I ask that you do it at this time. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Come on, y'all can do better than that. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right. Let me introduce myself, and we'll try it again. I am Reverend Ray Green Jr. So now that I say Reverend, y'all know I need call and response, right? Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
There we go. Not quite Sunday morning, but it's good for Thursday morning. Amen.
Amen.
All right, so we are here today at this Eviction Summit. Thank you all for being here this early morning as we partake in a conversation around equitable housing all day today. Today in this panel, we're going to be talking about housing equity and community redevelopment and how that affects us not only in our communities, but also in the future of our communities. From redlining to housing segregation to gentrification, community development is often seen as synonymous with whitewashing, and a minority community frequently displaced as a result of it. But it doesn't have to be this way. Today we're going to delve into this topic with our panelists today. Brother Curtis Mentor, who will give his own introduction, but he is from the Well. With Brother Jason Segedy from the city of Akron, who will also give his own introduction, along with Ed Mika Mentor from the Freedom Block, along with Cheryl Stevens from Eannecy, and I will be remiss to say she is our current running lieutenant governor also, and they will all introduce themselves in their own way as we begin this panel. Are y'all ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. We're going to start with some level-setting questions. We're going to start with Jason and Ed Mika. If you can tell us who you are, what does your job entail, and answer the following question. The history of redlining. Why is housing equity important? And we'll start with Jason.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you, Ray, for that introduction. Really happy to be here talking to you about these important topics. My name is Jason Segedy. I am the Director of Planning and Urban Development for the City of Akron. I've been in that role for the last 6.5 years. I'm also a lifelong resident of Akron's West Side, so this community means a lot to me, both professionally and personally. My role at the city is to oversee planning and zoning and the capital budget as well for the city. So looking at neighborhoods, at revitalization, looking at zoning, which is land use regulation, and then looking at the capital portion of the budget for the city, which controls money spent on infrastructure and other tangible things. I think in terms of redlining and equity, Ray and I talked about this a little bit the other day. There is a lot of history. If you look back in every major American city, in 1939, the Homeowners Loan Corporation, which was kind of a quasi-federal agency that realtors used as a resource, put together what they called residential security maps for American cities. They subdivided cities into 4 different categories. I won't go through all of them, but the category that was considered the lowest category was colored red. So that's where the term redlining comes from. If you look at that map of Akron in 1939, it's instructive to compare it to, say, Cleveland or Youngstown, which were redlined even more severely than Akron. And I think if you look at the outcomes in those 2 cities today, Akron has many struggles, but Youngstown and Cleveland even hit harder by disinvestment and capital leaving those cities. And I think what was also instructive about those maps is that if you look at the categories of the neighborhoods from that time over 80 years ago, not that much has changed. A lot of the areas that were perceived as undesirable for people to acquire housing, or where people were prevented from getting loans for housing, most specifically people who are minorities and black, but also to some degree immigrants and so forth at that time, a lot of those patterns, if you look at income, if you look at segregation, are still in place. So I think those maps and that legacy carries all the way to the present, and it's important for all of us working together in this space to try to undo some of the harms that were done and make a more equitable community.
Thank you, Jason. Mika, could you tell us why housing equity is important, but also tell us who you are?
Hello, everyone. My name is Mika Minter. I'm an organizer at the Freedom Block. I am also the president of the Erickson Tenant Union. Why equity in housing is important to me, because we don't get enough funding in our community. We are overlooked. Me, myself, trying to own a home, I have ran into, I don't have enough credit. But if the wages aren't rising, how can we make enough to even get a loan? How can we, build our credit and they don't pay us enough in the community? They don't want us living outside of those red lines. So as a Black woman, when I go to another neighborhood, I'm gonna say Firestone, I'm hit with a lot of obstacles because of the color of my skin, because of where I come from, how much I make. Even today, living where those red lines are in the Black community, I make enough money to, rent a home, but I still am hit with those obstacles. Like, basically, you don't have enough credit. You know what I'm saying? What is enough credit to own a home? What is enough credit? Why does it even go by credit? So that's why it's very important to me, because as a Black woman, discrimination is here, and with this redlining, that's exactly what it is doing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mika. Thank you, Jason, for answering those introductory questions. Right now, I want to go to Cheryl, allow Cheryl to introduce herself, but also I answer the question, what does housing equity actually mean? Do you believe housing is a right, and what does that look like?
Good morning. I'm Cheryl Stevens, and I'm the president and CEO of East Akron Neighborhood Development Corporation. For those who live in a majority of the communities in Akron, that means EANDC. Everybody says EANDC. No one says our whole name anymore. The reality is that we believe that affordable housing should be an opportunity and an option for everyone who lives in our marketplace. Our marketplace is Summit County and Stark County, and we own manage, or have invested in over 1,000 units between Akron, Canton, and Massillon. So on any given day, my staff and I are all over this dual county area, looking at making sure that we provide quality housing units to families, seniors, and veterans. Why is this incredibly important work? Because it's not only just the provision of a place to live, but it is the creation of jobs, and there's a whole industry around housing that creates employment opportunities of a substantive nature. We all understand about the construction unions and their validity and the decent wages that you make whether you're a union member or not, an electrician, the joke about a plumber making as much as a doctor. They're all true, and we all need them. And you don't need a college education to be a plumber, but you do need skill development. And those are the kinds of things we believe at EANDC. But most importantly, we believe that building equity and understanding how to present that in a way that it gets monetized or turned into real cash for a variety of people, both individually and collectively, is incredibly important for people like us, people of color, women who are single moms with limited income, folks who don't have a PhD in physics. The average working class person should have not only the opportunity to live in quality housing, but to own quality housing. and in order to support that, in order to create opportunities to build value and to build capacity, we have a home ownership center at EANDC, and that home ownership center talks to women like at Minta, families, and seniors sometimes, to coach them. We call our classes financial fitness, to coach them in how to meet the market's requirements to begin to rent better or to own a home of their own. We also have classes that teach people what to look for in a mortgage, how to create their own down payment. We also have relationships with the Federal Home Loan Bank and at least 7 lenders in this marketplace that help us help people take care of themselves. We don't take care of them. We coach them, help them learn how to take care of themselves. So I'm going to make sure before Edminta leaves here today that she talks with my homeownership folks and or the folks that do our capacity development, or even my CFO to make sure, because she's in another room presenting. But the reality is that we can turn these options into reality individually. Every year we sell units that we originally created as rental units to tenants for them to own their own home. So we're not just a landlord, we have a mission. We're a mission-driven organization as a 501(c), and we work with all forms of government. We work with private developers. We partner with them sometimes, but our mission separates them from us. And on occasion, Jason and I tell a story about how I was so committed to the development of a multifamily project in this community that I called him and did a version of, did I say I kidnapped you?
Yeah. It was all above board.
Till he helped us find a site for a development that we could keep the costs down for the acquisition of the land. We needed their support to get financing, and they kicked in a significant amount of money, $1 million increments, so that we could develop something that would remain affordable for the rest of at least my life and Jason's predictable lives. If we could exceed the 100-year mark, couldn't we? So the reality is that this is a complex process, but it has real deliverables. Can we help someone figure out how to rent a better house? Can we maintain it in such a way that anyone, no matter what their income stream, is willing to live in that unit? I have units that I would live in myself, but I'd be forced to pay much higher rent than any of our tenants. The reality is we make the difference. Those of you who are activists, we need you to make sure that we have a louder voice to make these kinds of things happen. We can't do it without you. It is a series of partnerships. On a regular basis, I am calling up the team at the city. Most of Jason's staff now know who I am. I don't leave anyone alone, right, Helen? And then literally when they changed deputy mayors, I kept calling till I got the new deputy mayor. This process of living in quality housing, no matter what your income level is, and having the opportunity to own a home of your own is incredibly American. People like me who were emancipated from slavery in 1860 plus, the dream was that you would get 40 acres and a mule. So ownership is something that Americans have believed in forever. When the Pilgrims came from England and settled in this country in the Northeast, the whole idea was that in England they could not own homes, that they were not landed gentry, and so they were excluded from owning something and building wealth and value. In order to do this, we have got to be activists. We've got to make sure that the elected officials who serve us believe in these kinds of things and don't serve us in such a way that there's just a few people who get to live decently instead of everyone. Did I answer everything?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cheryl. At this time, we're going to move to Brother Curtis Minter Jr. To introduce yourself, but also answer the same question. What does housing equity actually mean? Do you believe housing is a right, and what does that actually look like?
Thank you, Ray. Curtis Minter Jr., Operations Director, the Well Community Development Corporation. We are a place-based nonprofit serving the Middlebury neighborhood, restoring housing, creating economy, and supporting place. I lead the Asset Management Division with more than 70 residential units, 50-plus tenants, and 4 commercial properties. And I think we need to reorient ourselves when it comes to housing equity. And the starting point is people. I think we owe one another the bare minimum gift of empathy. And I think when we dismiss that part, we make room for corruption. And so with that being said, whether you be a lending institution, a developer, the public sector, a landlord, you have to deeply consider that there is a person, not an occupant, but a person before you. And I think what translates most for the city of Akron is the single greatest eviction in the building of the Inner Belt, where we've seen more than 10,000 people who look like me were displaced due to a highway that never fulfilled its purpose. And so what they did not see, I believe, was people, and that what matters most, and that's what leads our work here at this table. And so certainly we deserve the right to be homeowners, but if and when we are misused or taken advantage of, that's certainly lost in translation.
Thank you, Brother Curtis Minter. Let's give our panelists a hand. Those were our introduction round of the questions. We're going to get into the meat and potatoes of this panel now, the what I like to call the hot seat. We're going popcorn style right now. How many people here believe housing is a right? How many people here believe that if you were promised life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, that life begins with food and shelter first? So no one should be redlined out of housing. And as Brother Minter just mentioned, Summit County, particularly Akron, but particularly worldwide, black communities have historically been displaced, replaced by highways and increased homelessness. We have the highest houseless population in the country. There's more black people sleeping on couches than any other race in America. We are the leaders in the houseless population. Summit County is the leaders in the eviction population. And what we want to discuss today, and what I want to ask the panelists, and I think I'm going to start with Ed Mika with this question: what role does policies and practices play in fair and affordable housing? What roles does policies and practices play in fair, affordable housing?
In order to answer that question, I think we must ask ourselves, like, the question of why do we go by the gross income instead of the net income when it comes to renting? We don't see those taxes that comes out. Why don't we go by those monthly, everyday expenses that people have every day to calculate how much rent they are paying, they should pay? That's because people like me aren't sitting at the table when they make those decisions. We have people from out of state coming into our community, taking over our community, investing in our community, and have no idea of what's going on in that community. So when you got a landlord who comes in and invests in where you live and take you out of your home, put you in another home that's worse than what you had, that makes people irritated, it makes people angry, and there's no accountability for when those people come in and put these people in the community in infestation, just this placing them where they don't want to be. And it's like tenants don't have a say-so or anything. You can either they're scared of losing their housing. And so they just accept what they are offered because they feel they don't have anything else. So I'm going to just say, yeah, the way you're, I'm sorry, but I feel like people from that community, people in poverty should make decisions for people in poverty. Because a rich person, they don't know what it's like to be in a situation that I'm in. Or somebody who come from where I come from, a low income area, an area where it was redlined and multiple people had to come into and discriminated against, can't get a home. They don't know what it's like to be in that situation, so they can't come in and make those decisions for us. Thank you.
Jason, what role does policies practice play into fair, affordable housing?
It's a great question. You know, I lived in Akron my whole life. I work for Akron. My focus is justifiably on Akron. It always will be. But I think when we think about policy questions, it's important to zoom out and realize Akron isn't an island. And Akron is part of Summit County, and Akron is part of Northeast Ohio. And if you look at disparities economically, they're extreme. So in the city of Akron, 80% of the people who work in Akron and make over $40,000 a year do not live in Akron. If you look at the median household income in Akron, it's around $40,000 a year. In the rest of Summit County, it's double that. If you look at, we could go down the list, racial segregation, economic segregation. So like I said, my focus is on Akron, but I think if we're going to address issues related to justice and housing, we cannot stop at the 62 square miles of the city of Akron. The reality is that there are a lot of people who moved out of the city back in the day. There are a lot of people that surround this city that are much wealthier than the people that live in the city. And I think if we're going to tackle, because these are systemic problems, and so I don't have the answers on all those problems. I have thoughts on some of them, but I think it's important that as a county and as a metropolitan area and as all of Northeast Ohio, we work together, because the city of Akron cannot address all these problems on its own. I think one example, and maybe I'll talk at greater length about this later, you look at zoning. So I oversee zoning for the city of Akron. Akron could do better. We're constantly looking to reform our zoning code to make more opportunities for affordable housing. But if you look at the amount of land in the city of Akron that's devoted for multifamily housing zoning, basically for apartments, it is far higher than any of our neighbors, maybe Cuyahoga Falls and Barberton notwithstanding. But so I think that's a great example of a policy, because if you have zoning in suburban communities that basically excludes apartments, you're essentially excluding people by income. And if you're excluding people by income, they're not going to live in your community. And I think what makes that even more difficult for a lot of low-income people today, and I've seen this in my life, over my lifetime on the west side of Akron. You know, when I was a kid, we would go shopping on Copley Road. There was Gold Circle at Wallhaven, and everything moved to Fairlawn, and then it moved to Montrose. And so you're in a situation now where you have people that they want jobs or they even want shopping, and they have to leave Akron to do it. And what's even worse is they can't live near those jobs, or they can't live near that shopping. And of course, we want people, you know, the mayor's been very adamant about, we want to retain and attract residents. So I would love to have the residents here in Akron, but in order to do that, I think we do have to address with our neighbors issues like zoning. So I think I'll stop there, but that's just one example, I think, of a policy that we have to address holistically.
Thank you, Jason. Brother Curtis, what role does policies practice play into fair, affordable housing?
Yeah, I can speak to the issues that we are facing in the Middlebury neighborhood, which is lopsided when it comes to the housing market. And so typically when you have a healthy neighborhood, there is 60 to 70% home ownership. In ours, there is the exact opposite. There's 60 to 70% renting, renter-occupied units. And so that sort of, what's the word I'm looking for, community creates a slumlord culture. And there certainly exists absentee landlords where there is a disconnect, right? Because they don't exist here, and in some way, shape, or form cannot readily take care of the tenants that occupy their units. And so with that being said, I know there is a ton of studies across the country begging the question, how do we give our local government, our housing code teeth, so that we can challenge some of those individuals who are taking advantage of people, right? And I think that's something that we need to explore and something that we need to continue to advocate for. So,
Thank you, Curtis. Jason, you talked about the mayor's plan to increase the population, I believe, to 250,000. How do we increase the population and invest in low-income communities without pushing people out? We know historically, particularly in Summit County, particularly in low-income communities, displacement is normally what happens. How do we invest? How do we build up without pushing out the existing residents?
It's another great question. We absolutely do not want people to be pushed out by new development. And I'll talk a little bit first about the mayor's plans and then talk a little bit, I think, what is an opportunity in Akron and what I think makes it a little different than some of the other cities in the country where issues like gentrification have come up. So the mayor's plan is really predicated on, first and foremost, retaining people in Akron, giving people who already live here more services, more opportunities, but also attracting residents. And one reason that the attraction part is important, the city, from when I was a child, the city has lost almost 100,000 residents. So we had 290,000 residents in 1960. Today we have 190,000 people. And with the loss of those people, like I was talking about earlier, comes the loss of jobs, comes the loss of shopping, and so all those opportunities that could help lower income people in Akron, a lot of them have moved to the suburbs. So that's one reason we believe that it's not an either or, it should be a both and, retaining and attracting residents. I think the opportunity in Akron to do this more equitably, if you compare us to San Francisco or to Washington, D.C., or to Brooklyn. Brooklyn, my brothers lived in Brooklyn for 20 years. Brooklyn has the same land area as the city of Akron with 12 times as many people. So you picture Akron with not 3, not 6, but 12 times more housing in this area in a city of over 8 million people, with people from all over the world who want to live there, and you have a certain demand equation that we do not have in Akron. That's why people in Brooklyn are paying $4,000 a month in rent routinely. So that is not to minimize. There are real problems with especially rent being affordable in Akron. Our owner-occupied homes, if you are in a position to own a home, and many are not, and that's a big problem, like Cheryl said. But it's a pretty affordable housing market for owner-occupied homes. But that doesn't help you if you rent. And if you live in Akron, you still have problems making rent. Doesn't matter that it's not $4,000. So I'm not trying to minimize that. But my point is that there's a certain demand in some of these cities that have seen displacement that I don't think it is something that has to be, it's not the same type of market, I guess is my point. And so I think we have an opportunity here as we bring people back, that the demand in the city is still so soft, and there's a lot of vacant land, that we have some opportunities to both bring people back to rehab homes and without people being displaced. And I think that's something we're going to continue to work on. I think for everyone in here, if you are aware of people being displaced by some sort of new development, the city absolutely wants to know about that. I think there are things we can look at creatively, like with property tax, maybe freezing property taxes in an area that's redeveloping so existing residents get a benefit. But it is something very much on the mayor's mind that we want to be equitable. But I think the city continuing to lose people, as we've seen for 60 years, is not a recipe for success.
Thank you, Jason. Cheryl, how do we reinvest into communities without pushing out long-term residents?
So one of the things is that we combine the policies into action. So the voices of the folks who most need affordable housing should be heard, and their comments should be included into the policies of how we establish the housing. So first of all, we need to take a look at the fact that we need housing that has transportation links, that ownership of those housing units by landlords like myself or by other parties should be, especially if it's rehab, should be inspected so that we have quality units out there. I know that that is an anathema to my private, our friends who are on the private side of development and own large blocks of rental units. But we need to make sure we're providing quality units, and the only party that can get in and inspect is the city and the county. So they need to do at least biannual inspections to make sure that the units are being maintained appropriately, and that for example, just that the HVAC units in these housing units are maintained in a quality manner. I think that it is entirely appropriate for us to look at our land use policies county-wide so that we increase levels of density required or encouraged in suburban communities, because part of not having the kind of wealth that allows us to invest in core cities is that people with their money have moved out, and then they require us to invest more in these interstate and freeway exchanges that remove people from the core city. So it's now easier to get to some place where they restrict you from building anything that's dense. Our retail has national policies on where retail gets to go, leaving our core city with food deserts. That's just bad policy to allow grocers to move away from us when we have food needs. And so all we get to do is shop at dollar stores if we live in the core city. That's wrong. We also need to make sure that we do something like freeze property taxes. When California, incredibly progressive, what they do in California, and we need to take a look at in Ohio, is when you buy your home, it freezes at that sales price. And your children can take title from the house from you, and it stays at that same original sales value. That means that if gentrification was to happen around you, you could still afford your home. Because one of the ways, especially in the South, we have seen that minority families have lost their homes is when the values of taxes increase, including on their home, which they haven't sold for 60 years because it transferred from mother to daughter to the granddaughter. There was no real sale. But the value of that house goes up, and now what was in the late 30s they paid $50,000 for. Now the house is valued at $500,000, but the family's incomes have not kept up with being able to pay real estate taxes on a $500,000 home. That doesn't happen when you freeze the taxes for the family at that level. We need to be creative in how we do things. We shouldn't just say, this is the way we've always done it, and stay with it. We must be willing to look at best practices and then accommodate changes.
Thank you, Cheryl. Curtis, how do we reinvest in communities without pushing long-term residents out?
Yep, so I'm born and raised in the great city of Akron, Ohio, and was fortunate enough for a season of my life to go to Denver, Colorado, where I experienced what I call hypergentrification. And I think to offer some clarity, what Jason has already said, there are key ingredients to displacement, right? And that typically involves two parts, an influx of people and not enough housing. That is not the case right now in the city of Akron, right? There is a decreasing population and a high availability of housing. And so in that, I think there presents opportunity. And to speak to where I believe many of our residents are today, I'll share the story about my grandmother, who I love dearly, Early B. Jones, who made me the man I am today. She stayed at 899 Mercer Avenue for nearly all of my life, and I'm 35. And in my late 20s, I learned that she did not hold the deed to her home. It was subsidized through AMHA. She would paint the porch every summer. She would plant flower beds and ensure her grass was cut, which was the responsibility of either myself or my uncle. And took a great deal of pride, right, in her home that wasn't hers. And so I think that challenges us to really explore what is home ownership in the city of Akron, right? And I think we're at a crux in the road because we are afforded the opportunity to reimagine affordable housing. And so there is nuance in that. At the Well Community Development Corporation, we've been fortunate enough to receive a ton of private dollars that allow for us to go where investors don't, where we are putting in anywhere from $50,000 to $125,000 in a home to bring it to a quality where all of our staff would be comfortable living in it, right? But there is challenges in that. Nobody is giving $50,000 to $125,000 to a small community development corporation, especially when it appraises for less than the investment. That just doesn't make sense to lending institutions. Got it. But with that being said, we recognize that there is a problem. And so how do we become more savvy, I guess, in the way that we create affordable housing? And certainly there's room for live tech and other things, but in disinvested neighborhoods, I think we need to critically think through how we invest. And so that part.
Thank you, Curtis. Ed Mika, how do we invest in neighborhoods like yours without pushing you out?
I feel you should just involve the community. Involve those people who you are affecting. That's basically how I feel. Just like the housing market rate has went sky high. What about the wages? They're still the same. People who work at McDonald's, people who work at Burger King. I've been a cook since I was 16 years old. So for the wages to be the way they are in our community is ridiculous. We work just as hard as those people in those suits with all that money. So, yeah, even harder. So I feel, raise the wages. That's one situation that we could really do to help these tenants. Also, when you got people coming into our community and, like I said before, don't know anything about that community. You go and you put them in different homes in the same complex, not knowing the situation or how they're going to affect them, and you're not trained. These management companies aren't trained to deal with people where I come from, people of the color of my skin, in poverty, and they're just here for a buck to make an investment without the concerns of that community. So that's a couple things that I think, we could do to help our community. And, far as the credit scores and all that, if it is kind of impossible for us to even get credit, why does that even matter? I could be making $40,000 and try to go own me a home, but I still can't because I don't have credit. Tenants don't know their rights. Tenants don't have the information where I'm at to even understand there is resources out there that can help you. I feel like when you're in low income, there should be some type of law to protect tenants. Because where I'm at, these management companies, these owners are not being held accountable for anything that they do. I know my experience, I've been in my apartment, renovated, infested, That's why I became a tenant unit president, because I'm living in infestation. I am fighting for my community to get better housing. But when you got people who discriminate against the color of my skin, you go unheard, things go unheard. I think we really need to change those things as far as management owners coming into our community, changing things, and they don't know anything about it.
Thank you, Admika. Let's get our panelists another hand. Does everyone in here believe that housing is a right? Yes. That regardless of race, skin color, religion, that people deserve affordable, livable housing. Do we believe that?
Yes.
Do we believe that? Yeah, I need some of those. Do we believe that?
Yes.
Because right now we are living in a country where if you are not wealthy, you do not have housing. If you are not wealthy, nobody cares that you don't have housing. We have built the country from the mantra of survival of the fittest. And that has got us to where we're at right now with the highest eviction rate in the country here in Summit County, where people that look like me and you are homeless, all because someone decided to raise the rent that didn't need to be raised. Not because the market, not because of anything else. They raised the rent because they felt like raising the rent. And right now we are in a crisis. In Akron, Ohio, we have people living in sewage. We have people living in rat and roach infested apartments. We have people that need help that can't get help simply because they're not caught up on their taxes. We have people that are struggling simply because we ride down the street and blame those people over there. That is their fault. They didn't work hard enough. They didn't get the right education. They didn't seek out the opportunities, not understanding that there is not enough opportunities for everybody to make what needs to be made to live. So what we want to do now is we want to open it up for you to ask questions. We want to begin to discuss how you can get involved and how you can change these things. But our panelists are open right now. We're going to start a Q&A session right now. If you have a question, I think we have some people here with some microphones. Raise your hand and someone will get to you. We got this young lady in the back first, right here with her hands up, right here to my right, yes. And then we have the lady in the purple, and then we have this young lady up front.
Hi, thank you for the presentation and the contributions from all the panelists. I had a question actually first for Director Segedy with the city. How many mixed income developments have you planned and developed in the city of Akron, and do you find that to be part of the solution to equitable city investment and community housing?
Sure. So typically the city's role is often what I would call a catalyst. So a lot of times our role is to set the stage. There's really not property per se that the city is the developer, but we most certainly work with developers. Goes back to Cheryl and our working relationship, and we have similar relationships with the Well and private developers as well. But I think I think two of the best examples of mixed income housing where the city was involved, and the housing, maybe even more importantly, was upgraded. And it goes to what Ray said earlier, from very substandard, poor quality housing was when Elizabeth Park was replaced with Cascade Village, and when the previous incarnation of Edgewood was replaced with the Edgewood that exists today. And if you remember those older buildings, I don't think there's probably anyone in this room that would argue with that the previous housing was better. And one of the models at Cascade Village was to try to get a mix of different incomes there. More recently, we really try to work hard at the city to encourage a variety of housing to be constructed or renovated. So with the American Rescue Plan funds we're receiving, we're going to have a pretty significant housing rehab component to help people who are in existing housing. We're also working on with developers on a variety of different price points in terms of housing. So at Good Park, which is the former Perkins Middle School, that's mostly single family and townhome development. We worked with Cheryl on Middlebury Commons. We worked with Cheryl on I Promise. We're working with Curtis and with Zach at the Well on both rehab of housing and infill development. And a lot of that we put home dollars, which are federal dollars, as well as some of our community development block grants. So we try to work hard on it. It can always be better. We're always looking to improve. But we really, the mayor believes strongly to get housing for people of all kinds in Akron.
Thank you for all that work that you do. And to follow up with that, I wanted to ask one last thing. How much federal grant money have you applied for the city of Akron for programs such as Choice, community neighborhood redevelopment? So
currently there's a Choice Neighborhoods Planning Grant that the Akron Metropolitan Housing Authority received for Summit Lake, and that's to look specifically at the older Summit Lake homes that are on the east shore of Summit Lake. Our hope working with AMHA is that can ultimately turn into a Choice Neighborhoods grant for the replacement and upgrade of that housing. And that program is somewhat similar to the Hope 6 program, which is the program that created Cascade Village in Edgewood. So that's still a couple years away. They would still have to get that grant, but Summit Lake's an area that we're really trying to focus a lot of resources on right now.
Hi, and thank you for taking my question. First, I want to make a comment. I want to make a comment to you to say that I appreciate all that you are doing regarding what community is. Community is not buildings. Communities are people, and that the people should be heard, should be involved at whatever capacity it is. So let's embrace that community, not just the housing. So my question is for Jason regarding the rent here in Akron. As you mentioned, the median income is $40,000. What person do you know who makes $40,000 can afford $1,200 a month for rent? There should be some type of cap when it comes to rent. Is this something that the city is talking about? And is it, and is it going to happen? It needs to happen. If you understand what people are bringing in their households, why are you doubling their rent? Because just a few years ago, that same square footage was only, 800. Now it's 1,400. So this is something that definitely needs to be addressed because that's one of the entities that is causing homelessness.
Yeah, great point. And like I was saying earlier, it's a quite affordable city if you look at the median cost of an owner-occupied house. But like you said, people who are making below $40,000, especially as you get quite a bit below, they're not able, for many reasons, credit and so forth, as was mentioned here, and they do rent. Almost half of the city rents. So about 49% of Akron's households are renter-occupied. It's a significant proportion of the population. I'm not aware of any legislation or policy that's been worked on capping rent, but I appreciate you bringing it up because I think it's one of those policy issues that's difficult to try to tackle, but it is very important. We definitely recognize there are a lot of people in Akron who have trouble making rent, and what a huge percentage of their income goes to housing.
We have a question right here, and then right here, and then we'll come back to you right here.
I'm gonna grab her in the back real quick.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Edmona Babers. I am 67, and I just got a Section 8 voucher, and I was excited to find a place to stay. On North Howard, I found an apartment building. We have 3 immigrants, because it's just a 4-suiter. The landlord was always talking, smiling. Well, I signed the lease January 6th. I moved in at the end of January because I wanted to clean up the apartment. Well, I have rats. There are rats in the whole building, so I have to calm down because I might cry. Anyway, I've only stayed in the apartment for 5 nights. I pay rent, light, gas, and cable. He keeps putting down rat traps. I take pictures. I got so many pictures. It's been 3 more new holes. I have no problems with the immigrants. I love people. I'm a Christian, and I follow Jesus Christ, and I do what I need to do. I'm also a home health aide, and I have 2 patients, and I worked for one of them for a whole year without any pay until I helped both of them get a home health aide. Now, this landlord is a slumlord. He should have told me, gave me the option. Well, Edmona, I have a rat problem. Do you still want to move in? I would have said no. I was sleeping in the bed one night, and a rat was coming under the door, my bedroom door. I don't stay there. I just go and get my mail. They're going to give me another voucher, but that's not the problem. In Cuyahoga Falls Avenue, around that area, it's so many immigrants, and I'm looking around and I'm thinking, wait a minute, we used to have a lot of houses for Section 8. Now, you have raggedy houses. The immigrants, I don't have nothing against them, but y'all help them, not y'all, the government, the federal government, whatever, help them more than they help us. It's pushing us down on the list for Section 8, I'm quite sure. All those houses, I know they just didn't come over here and buy them. And the immigrants in his building, oh, he talks about, I've been a landlord for 30 years. Well, why don't you call a pest person? So I called the health department. You know what they said? Oh, they didn't give us any funding to get rid of rats. So you have to talk to your landlord. Last week, the hole is in the closet in my bedroom. It wasn't a hole there before. It's a piece of wood panel in the closet. Okay, they chewed through that. They got on the bed. They pooped on the bed. I take pictures of poop every single day I go get my mail. So, I don't understand. If you can teach people to be clean, but if the city can't send inspectors out or people to get rid of rats, they're going to multiply. It only takes 19 to 21 days for them to have babies. So could you imagine how that building is full of rats? Now, the other people might not mind. I mind.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, ma'am. And I want to answer that question personally
But wait
myself.
wait a minute. I gotta get rid of all of my furniture.
I totally understand what you're saying, ma'am. I work in the city as a tenant organizer and organizing tenants and renters, and I totally understand what you're saying. And what we have is an infrastructure problem in Akron, in the city, and in Summit County, where we're tearing up the sewers. We don't have enough inspectors in the city to actually do the job properly. That allows us to exterminate properly and set things down and set things in place that allows for rodents and roaches and things to not infest our community. We have a lack of communication problem between the city and the county and the health department, to where boxes are getting checked but communications is not happening in between departments, that allows for these things to get alleviated. And what we really need to do, what we really need is we need that testimony written out on paper. I know oftentimes we want to blame our neighbors, and oftentimes we want to, point the fingers, but what we have to do as a community is come together as a community, understand what the problem is, and understand what our tax money goes to. And our tax money should be able to alleviate most, if not all, of these problems that we have. As Amika has mentioned several times, the lack of a living wage, the lack of sanitary housing causes for people to ultimately not care anymore. And then these things begin to matriculate into a problem that comes out of hand. And what I ask you for is grace. It's not the immigrants' problem. This is not the immigrants' problem. This is a city's problem.
I did not say it was the immigrants.
No, I know you didn't say
It's
that.
the
I know you didn't say that.
landlord's fault.
That's what I'm saying.
Not them.
That's what I'm saying,
I have
ma'am.
nothing against them, but
Ma'am,
what
that's
I'm
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
No, what
We're
I'm
gonna.
saying
We
is
have
the
to.
city and
We have
state
to
got
understand
money, right?
that together we can solve this problem. We have to be able to take the testimony that you have, write that testimony down, gather more of those testimonies, and we must go down to our city council and Summit County representatives to ask them, how do we alleviate this problem? And we must go with solutions in hand, because there are solutions that can happen. But this room right here that just heard that testimony should go home today and write a letter to your representative to ask them, are they representing places that are dealing with these issues and they're not doing anything? And then together with the city, with the county, with HUD, and the federal government, we can begin to redirect funds to hire more inspectors, to hire more qualified inspectors that allows us to alleviate those problems without getting into conflict with each other over a situation that's not our problem that we moved into. So I thank you so much for your comment, because those are the things that we're dealing with in the city of Akron right now. That is not an exaggeration story. Those are the stories that we run into right here. Those are the stories that we run into every day. Those are the stories that Ed Mika is working with every single day in the city of Akron. Those stories in places like Erickson, in places like the Mayflower, in places on the north side, and places on the south side. This is not concentrated to one area. This is a citywide problem, and that's why we're having this eviction summit today.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. This is a lot of new information for me, some new information, some things I'm familiar with. Well, my question is, after hearing that lady talk, I have a different question. So I'm a little, at first I didn't know how I felt about the statement of as far as inspection, how it would impact the tenant, forced inspection on private ownership. So if I'm a landlord where I have to have this entity come in to inspect my property to tell me what I need to fix. I believe in accountability, because the first thing I thought is, that cost then is going to trickle down to this same tenant that you're saying cannot afford it. So I may be a landlord that's not a slumlord, but I know how to make it a comfortable setting. It's not infested with things, but then certain code, you may come in and say, oh, this is not up to current code, but it's been affected, so I have to change it. I have to pass that cost to the tenant. So that may cause high rental, prices. But then my other question came when I heard her, how could a government, like if you get a Section 8 certificate or you're in subsidized housing, that you can be in a situation like that. So for, I think, focusing on, this is just Carla speaking, private industry and landlords, we have to properly manage, subsidize, and government funding housing before you come into the private sector, as far as managing how I'm keeping my homes as a landlord of private industry, right? And so also, Ms. Cheryl and Ed Mika?
Yeah.
Okay, so Ed Mika made some comments about just having a lack of knowledge, not knowing tenants' rights, because tenants do have rights, but not being aware of your rights. So you find yourself in a situation where you're just accepting what you believe you have to accept because you don't want to be homeless. And then Cheryl speaks about all of the program that ENDC has, right? Which I can bear witness, and ENDC has great programming, and it's very easy to follow steps, right? I benefited from counseling service. I am a homeowner though, and I've been since I was 19 years old, but I benefit because things can change, right? Incomes and all those things. And I was grateful that the East Akron Neighborhood Development Center was there and had real good information that I could benefit from because I work. And sometimes some of us can be the working poor. So
Most of the time.
Comments, and I just want to tell you, comments like, the people who making the money and who has, these things don't understand. Well, sometimes some of us come from those situations and we do understand. So I think what you're saying is collectively, we do have to come together to change that narrative, which now I'm about to land this plane. So then Mr. Mentor, who is over at the Well, I've had the pleasure to visit over there, and it seems like great things are happening. But I couldn't help but to recognize when he said that he's doing a righteous thing, that they're putting like $50,000 into a home, $100,000 into a home, to make affordable, nice housing. So then my question says, if the people who you're making the home for cannot qualify for a $50,000 to $100,000 loan, or even what does those payments look like if they're not bringing 20% down, which if we're talking about poverty, or 10% down, we have to rethink that too. Because if we're going to create affordable housing, which I think is the key, good housing, affordable housing, to answer someone's earlier question about if a landlord raises the rent, I think we have to be very careful because we do want righteousness to prevail in people to have housing. But when we talk about, as American citizens, when we talk about private industry and capping rent in a capitalist society, we have to look at that. Because if you're poor now, you may not always be poor. Then how does that narrative change for you? But when we talk about subsidized properties and someone who's doing it right and bringing quality housing, now the conversation needs, how can we also self-fund these and create mortgages, to get people like the lady who said about her landlord raising the rent, who I'm sure is private. And if it's not subsidized housing, okay, then it's unfortunate to have to move. But still, you have to do what's best for you. And if it's affordable housing that you can move into with caps, if your rent won't be increased, then I think those are kind of how the conversations need to go, as I'm just processing this. But I'm very cognizant, this is very concerning, because as Curtis said earlier, compassion and empathy. How could we have any of our citizens, young people, she said she was 67 years old, rat infestation on things that we as taxpayers help to fund. If she has a Section 8 certificate or they're in subsidized housing, it's no way anyone in any of these circumstances, the least of us, should be in situations like that. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Go ahead. We got a question over here, and then one back here, but we want to let the panelists take this question real
So
quick.
I want to take a stab at this, because an effort. There's no easy solution, because one group of folks says, I don't want you in my units, and another group of folks say, sometimes our tenants don't, the tenants of units don't want inspections of the units. So I am a believer in inspections, because I think that sometimes the quality of units change over time. And so I like to inspect even when there's no voucher, no subsidy of the financing. I think that rental units should be inspected every 2 years by either county or city. That is an anathema to some people. They think I'm too intrusive. But if we are to maintain a certain quality of basic housing across the marketplace, because we can't, there are no tests for you to become a landlord. There are no licensures that are required. We do not tell landlords they must invest a minimum amount of money in a unit, but what we can do as government and investors in the community is ask that people who are providing housing units make sure that there is some quality maintenance of those units. And some people say, well, if somebody will rent it, then it should be okay. But sometimes you don't have the skill sets to look at every nick and cranny to make sure that everything is okay. And I've seen units that look good in the daytime, and at night the roaches came out. So I know that there are, I have interacted with members of realtors associations who are unhappy with me because I talk about having some level of inspections at a minimum when the properties sell. And my favorite is every 2 years, rental units need to be inspected. But that doesn't solve the problem if people won't reinvest in the units. And that is why I run a mission-driven organization. We always make sure that the quality of the units, the 700 plus that we actually own ourselves, and the units that we are in partnership with other people where we found additional financing to reduce those costs to make sure that they stay, at least a portion of the units stay affordable in the markets in which we work. We want to make sure those units don't come up with problems that make you want to cry for someone else. And so occasionally we have to let government do inspections. And I would say that one of the things we need to do as a community is to make sure that we have more partners like the Well and EA&DC, who, while we need to make sure that we generate enough money to pay our staff and invest in our next project, we don't have to have a 20% return on our investment. And so the money that gets given or awarded to and I see my friend Rochelle, Habitat for Humanity, does a phenomenal job of making sure that helping you get ready to look at home ownership, and then helping you figure out how to sometimes take what was a rental unit, rehab it and buy it, or new construction and buy it. One of the things is that not enough people know that these opportunities are out there. So please tell your friends and neighbors, and those of you who are activists, to come and visit folks like the Well, folks like Habitat, folks like EA&DC, folks like the I Promise. I see Jeff Wilhite up here in the front row. You talk to us. Google housing and affordable housing for Akron or Summit County. We cannot talk to everyone, but we need you to begin to talk about those of us with a better mission, so that we can make the folks who are landlords without a mission perform better in order to get their units occupied.
Thank you, Cheryl. We'll let Curtis answer, and then we'll take one more question.
Yeah, I appreciate that statement, Carla. Definitely. And to add, so we talk about reimagining affordable housing, and there is strategy riddled in this private investment, right, in a disinvested neighborhood. And so I communicated earlier that we will spend anywhere from $50,000 to $125,000 in a home for it to be appraised far less than. But the unique advantage in serving a neighborhood and being a community development corporation is that when we recognize we serve a transient neighborhood, so we want to meet people where they are, and we're afforded the opportunity to hold those properties with less restrictions, because for the most part we're using private funding, right? And so in that, we have been able to charge rents that are exponentially less than market rate, right? But we take on the responsibility of being a better landlord with aspirations of controlling a portion of the market to combat the slumlord and absentee culture that exists in our neighborhood. And our prayers that hopefully that becomes a case study for others across the country, and we are not by ourselves in this. There are some amazing groups in the United States that are exploring what it means to create housing trusts. How do we not only create dividends for accredited investors, but also the people that live in these neighborhoods. And so there's some exciting things happening around the country, and we hope to be a part of that new wave. So.
Thank you, Curtis.
Just
We'll take
really,
one more question.
Just really quickly, I just want to say thank you to this panel. This has been really rich. So thank you very much. And Jason said just a comment. It's always a concern when we have a lot of development in an area, and we know the history of the big G word. So I'm glad we're considering. I think of Summit Lake, who you and I both love, about the whole idea of a legacy abatement for those folks who have borne the brunt of the day when there were little, no investments there. So they're not property taxed out, as my parents live there. I represent that community. So that's important, so thank you. So here is the question for the panel. We've had this challenge with LLCs, right, and property ownership. It's like almost finding where is Waldo. And so how do we address that issue at the local level? It may require us to do some exploration at the state levels too, but we have to address that. I had somebody buy property around me that had an owner one day. Next thing, they're LLC, and they're LLC 1, 2, 3, 4. And so it's like trying to find out when there's trouble, like who are the people, and they have 7, 8, 9, 10 LLC, and they're the same people. So how do we really address that?
Go ahead, Jason.
All right. Well, I'll start, and then I'll kick it on down the line
Yeah,
to
'cause
Cheryl
I
and my
can
other two colleagues. It's a great. That's a very current question because, right, you look nationally, and there are a lot of big LLCs buying a lot of property all over the United States. And where I think it's a complicated issue is you can have very good landlords who are local that happen to have LLC after their name, and you can have predatory, I would argue terrible landlords that are buying tens of thousands of properties around the United States that I think as you go up in scale tend not to have the best interests of the community at heart, even if they, just to give them the benefit of the doubt, if they are trying, they're just not there. So if it's a remote, someone in San Bernardino, California that's buying property in Akron, how are they going to really know the community? So I think you're right that there's probably local legislation or state. I would even argue it's probably something that Congress should get involved with, because I think it does start to become, it's an issue that's all over the United States. So I'm not really an expert on that particular area of what that legislation should look like, but I would certainly be supportive of having legislation that addressed that.
Thank you, Jason. We definitely need to create legislation that not only caps rent but prevents LLCs from coming to our communities, particularly if we need the money that bad. I think we need to create policy that allows for the neighbors to buy the property within 3 to 5 years. That allows us to have a chance to reinvest into our community before an LLC come in. But then when an LLC come in, there needs to be restrictions if we let them in. And some of those restrictions should be contributing back to the community. Some of those restrictions should be meeting the community. The Freedom Block is in the process of buying 3 properties now. The first year, we're going to create community gardens that bring the community together, ask the community what do they want to do with this property, and then we're going to do our best to do what they say we should do with that property. That allows us to have community buy-in, that allows for the communities to maintain control of the property that they grew up in and that our city can continue to love without somebody coming in and taking over. So those are some of the things that we can do. We're going to continue to talk about solutions in the afternoon. Let's give this panel a hand right now. We're going to close out this panel with one more question. If each panel member could give us one or two sentences, 30 seconds or less. What can we do? What do we need to do? What is our responsibility as a community in regard to housing equity in Akron and Summit County? And we'll start with Jason.
I would like to see a community where there's true opportunity provided for residents. Opportunity is a buzzword. There's an area called Opportunity Parkway, or Opportunity Park and Parkway in Akron, which was ground zero for urban renewal. I don't think that was an Orwellian term, in my opinion. But I think we need true opportunity where people can have decent housing and jobs. No one should have to live like the woman that we heard from earlier.
Thank you, Jason. That was 5 sentences.
Sorry.
2 sentences or 30 seconds or less.
Well, you know, I'm an elected official in another place. And you can't limit me to 2 sentences. First of all, we don't have what we need because people need to vote. You elect people to represent you. You should have access to them, and that's how you get help in making the changes. It is not all about pulling yourself up from your bootstraps. It is about making sure that systems work for everyone. Redlining only works because the federal government won't change it. And if we continue to elect people that won't change the federal government and those rules, then we limit ourselves and our futures.
Thank you, Cheryl. Edmika,
Can you repeat that, please?
what are some things that we must do, that we can do to ensure housing equity in Akron, Summit County?
Like she said, I think we should come together as a community. And like you said, Freedom Black, the political education trainings that we teach every day, you know, into voting. We can't change anything without voting. So we must come together and spread the word, you know, and we must understand not only to get out there and vote, but understand who you are voting for. So that's how I feel. It does start with voting.
Thank you. Thank you, Edmika. Brother Curtis?
Yeah, I've said it multiple times this morning, but time to reimagine affordable housing.
Yep.
And so when something's broke, you fix it. So let's be the innovators, the pioneers, given the opportunity that's before us. Let's be the change we seek, as cliche as that sounds.
Thank you, Curtis. Let's give our panel another hand. Please seek out our panel. Today they will be here most of the day. Seek them out if you have any more questions. Set up meetings with them. Understand their job and what they're trying to do in the community. Please visit the Freedom Block table. If you're not registered to vote, let's get registered to vote. This starts with us exercising and understanding our right. We will go on a break. The next panel will start at 10:45. So you have a break right now. Thank you all for being engaging. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for caring. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Have a great morning.
All right. We're going to give it like one more minute because I can see there's still a lot of people outside. But if you know somebody that's supposed to be in here, go corral them. And so we can get started here this morning.
You want? I'll go see if I can grab your water. Does anybody else want a water? You guys want water?
There is a case right at the end of this hallway, a Pepsi case, and you can grab them out of there. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, they called me yesterday. I'm still the one line they offered me. I said, nah, that ain't good for what we're trying to do. So they got like another set of lots they gonna break up. Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm just glad you could be here today.
Sure. The one, it was an address of 324 I was looking at.
Good.
It's a house on the other side of the street by itself. So I wanted something similar to that.
We just closed on ours today.
Good. Closed meaning what the lot or
Just transferred it.
Oh, good.
Because we had to go through all that paperwork and the transfer and all that.
Right.
Finally got all that taken care of.
Good.
I'm glad about that.
Yeah, you know how to drop dime on the dude down there.
I'm good.
What's his name?
Thank you.
It'll come to me in a minute. I had to drop, but they got the ball moving.
Good.
Jason set me up with
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here. Thanks for the response. We're going to try it again. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Thank you all so much for being here today. I am Lauren Green Hall. I am the Associate Director at Fair Housing Contact Service, and I am the moderator for our panel here today. If you were in a previous panel and they stood at the podium, you will have to forgive me for sitting down, but I have a broken leg, so I'm going to sit for a couple of minutes here while we're chatting this morning. So. Just the same as the other panels earlier, we're going to have some conversation up here. I've got some questions for our panelists, and then we're going to open it up to the audience for y'all to ask questions. I would request that you keep your question to just like a minute or two, and that we not have any personal issues brought up during your questions. We really can't address those here at this time. We're really talking in a more general way about how we can coexist. As residents in our community and as housing providers in our community, we want to talk about what we need to do to coexist in more effective ways. So as we get started here today, thank you so much for being here. Definitely jot your questions down on your notes pages as we're going along. And I'm going to do a quick introduction of our panelists, and then we're going to start with some questions. So today we have Mr. Courtney Cooper. He is a resident here in Akron. We have Mr. Euphrancia Lash, who is with the City of Akron and chairs our Landlord-Tenant Council for the city. And you'll forgive me, Euphrancia, because I don't know your exact title. What is your exact title, Euphrancia?
Deputy Public Service Director and of Neighborhood Assistance.
There we go. I can't keep track of all the titles. And we have Mr. Gary Wyatt, who is a private landlord here in the Akron area. And then we have Miss Debbie Berry, who is the Interim Executive Director at Akron Metropolitan Housing Authority. So we have some great questions for them today, and hopefully you all will as well. So I'm going to start out. We just kind of want to start our conversation here today to make sure everybody's on the same page and understands that our community has many different types of housing. Sometimes those types of housing are governed by various types of rules and regulations. Sometimes they're just private housing that's governed by Ohio tenant landlord law. Really always just depends. So I'm going to ask Debbie if you can kind of explain to us the different types of housing that AMHA provides so we can kind of have that understanding of those types of housing in our community.
Thanks, Lauren. Akron has several different types of housing. First, we have our low-income public housing, which is our brick and mortar buildings that are subsidized. The rents there are 30% of the income. And then we have our mixed finance tax credit properties, and those rents are affordable based on the tax credit income limits, and then they're also market rate properties. We also have our Housing Choice Voucher program, which we have about 5,400 vouchers in the community. And we have various types of vouchers too. We have our regular housing choice vouchers, and then we have specialized vouchers, emergency housing vouchers, FUP vouchers, which are family reunification vouchers, vouchers for our veterans, VASH vouchers, those come with supportive housing. We have mainstream vouchers, those are vouchers for the non-elderly disabled populations. And then we have project-based vouchers too. We have a couple of permanent supportive housing projects, and those are specialized vouchers for those populations. We also get a lot of phone calls, field a lot of phone calls for properties that are not ours. I think anybody who thinks something is affordable calls AMHA, but there's a lot of private landlords who also do affordable housing in Summit County as well.
Thank you, Debbie. That is helpful. So we all understand that these different types of housing really are handled in different ways. And we can't speak to every single one of them today, but we just want to make sure everybody understands that as we're going forward. Now, Mr. Cooper, I know we've talked before about the type of housing that you live in. So can you share with our audience the type of housing that you live in and a little bit about what your experience has been?
The type of housing that I live in, ma'am, I am a disabled veteran, and I love this country very much. I'm very fortunate that President Obama allowed me to get housing. I was homeless, and President Obama said he didn't want no veterans being homeless. So that opened up and changed my world. I'm just so grateful. The type of housing I live in, the government went in with CSS, which is a nonprofit organization for people with mental disabilities and homelessness. And so we all fit into this criteria. We are all high risk of being homeless again. And so that's the type of building that I live in now. And I am the president of the resident council, and I'm trying to unite people, and it keeps me busy, but I enjoy it. I really do.
Good. All right. So now that we all kind of have that understanding of various types of housing, landlord-tenant relationships can be challenging. They can sometimes even be adversarial. And we wanted to have this panel today to really talk about what are some of the things that can improve those relationships to not make it adversarial. Oftentimes when folks get to court, that's the end of the line. Those conversations haven't happened yet, or those conversations have really broken down. And so really talking about what are the factors that create and foster positive relationships. So Gary, tell us what has worked with your tenants as a private landlord. What has worked to foster those healthy relationships with your tenants?
Well, basically one of the things, most of my properties is Section 8, so it's several mediators between that. Section 8 do a super good job at mediating what they tenants should be doing. And so by the time it get to me, I already know the expectations, and the tenant knows the expectations or what it means to rent and be in agreement. But if you have a disagreement, like an example, maybe a water bill, there's so much that Section 8 allots for a water bill, and if a tenant just, you go over there one day and they running a swimming pool and got the neighborhood washing their cars, you got to address that. And so I had just a quick story. A lady was saying, well, I can run as much water as I want. Yeah, Section 8 is paying my rent. But come to find out, when I addressed it, you got so many cubics, a family of 4 is usually between 4 and 6 or 7 cubics with the water company. Well, they was at 14. So I'm looking at this water bill, I'm like, hold up, y'all, what y'all washing over here? Y'all got a car wash going on, running the swimming pool? I know it's 85, but we gotta work this out. So they took me to Section 8. Section 8 says, you allotted $175 as a utility supplement. So when I explained to the lady, I said, ma'am, listen, you got an extra $175. That's so in your water bill, it was $350. I said, so technically you should stay under that. And here's what I'm gonna do to help you out. So after we was able to educate and work together, she actually got that water bill down. And that was just one situation where we worked together, because I already knew what they was doing. So I didn't want to go in and just, just put it to her, and then we got to fall out. Because you know what, as a landlord, you really don't want them tenants to move out. You know, I've been a good landlord. I'm a different landlord. I'm in the business for a different reason. So I'm in it to help people, not to make money. Yeah, we all want to make money, but I'm really in it to help people. And so I'm very gracious to have Section 8 on the majority. At least 3 of my houses are Section 8 because of the rules. And so we usually sit down and work it out. And if that's an issue, then Section 8 handles it. So I'm very gracious and compassionate because everybody don't have the patience, everybody don't have the income, everybody don't have the know-how to come up with a solution. And that's what I'm here for, to come up with a solution.
So Gary, it sounds to me that open communication has been really important for your business model as a landlord. So Mr. Lash, can you tell us some of the things that has been happening at the city with the Landlord-Tenant Council and how the city is working on developing those communication routes for landlords and tenants?
Sure. And first of all, I want to thank Community Legal Aid and those who have taken the time to convene this symposium. One of the things that the mayor tasked me with was, and I see some partners here in the audience, was bringing together a group of tenants and a group of landlords to come together to formulate the Landlord-Tenant Advisory Council. And what we do is we convene on a monthly basis and we have a meeting to talk about strategies, realistic strategies, to work towards better communication, better policies, and solution-based goals here in the city of Akron that will help us reduce the eviction rate, reduce a lot of these issues that we have between landlords and tenants, and that's what we are working towards. We're not totally there yet. We're continuing to meet, and we plan to produce a report probably within the next few months. But that is what we're tasked to do. We have a group of tenants from all over, different economic throughout the spectrum. So low income all the way to high income. And we have landlords who oversee subsidized housing all the way to market rate. So we have a wide spectrum. So we wanted to get people who are across the board that could come together, communicate, put solutions on the table to propose to the mayor and to city council as to how we can better this situation in the city of Akron.
Has there been good communication amongst those members in how they're interacting and developing some of those hopefully new strategies?
Absolutely. I mean, you have, I'm sure some of you have seen in the news lately some of the issues that we've been experiencing. We've had some of those tenants that have come to the table and shared some of those real stories. And some of them have been horrific. I mean, you have, rodent infestations, you have mold issues, you have young children in those conditions. But you also have compassionate landlords as well. Yeah. So we've had the spectrum of individuals who have shared those issues, and we're continually discussing these issues as to how we can find reasonable solutions to overcome.
Good. It's good to hear that level of communication has begun in our community. As we said this morning, I think the pandemic has really brought eviction to light, and I'm glad to hear that some of those conversations are really happening and stuff.
Absolutely.
So, Debbie, tell us a little bit about how AMHA is able to foster healthy relationships with their residents and even with private landlords for your voucher programs. You guys span the spectrum as a landlord and kind of as a in-between, as Mr. Wyatt described. How have you guys really fostered that good communication?
Just being open and honest in the communication, being respectful, being a better listener. People want to be heard. I'm not talking over people. It's definitely one of them. Yet MHA is a tricky position because not only are we a landlord, but with our voucher program, we're in a partnership with the resident, and then we're in a partnership with the landlord, and the landlord and the resident are also in a partnership. So we try to keep all three of those lines of communication open, obviously working on the solution.
Good. Thank you. And Cooper, what have some of the things that you've done at your own property where you live to foster good communication? As the leader of the tenant council, have you been able to work with other tenants to discuss how to communicate with your housing provider?
Well, I'm at the point where I am organizing now, and it is a continuous effort upon myself. As it was stated before, the elderly people, there is so much disinformation, and so much misinformation. And, you know, I'm under new management. My previous management, it was it just wasn't up to par. And so that left me in a state of anger, disappointment, anxiety, depths of depression. There was bed bug issue at our place, and I thought it would never be remedied. The lady over there who said she had infestation, there is a great company out there. They got rid of it in less than 30 days. I am just amazed. So there's ups and downs, but you keep moving and you just be hopeful. You know, there's hope.
So to speak to that issue of an infestation and it being addressed, that point in time when it was rectified, had management, the new management that came in stepped up to really address the issue, is what I'm hearing from you?
No, it took me making a phone call to the health department.
Okay.
I
So you
had
used
to
our
take
community
it
resources.
upon myself
Okay.
to create a ruckus.
Okay.
And I did. There's so many agencies when you use your telephone people. I called Housing Authority, AMHA. I called Civil Rights Division. They got behind me and supported me. But the man from the health department came out, walked around my place for 2 minutes and wrote them up. I mean, there are some good people. There's some good agencies, so many supportive agencies. Please talk to them calmly, peacefully. They listen. The health department has some good answers for me as far as watching people trading furniture. You know, the health department said all of y'all should be locked down, but management wanted to curtail certain people but allow other people to go about their business. So why should I be restricted to my apartment? It's not solving the problem, because there's people who should be on there who are freely walking around. And so that's where I am. I'm just satisfied, you know. Life is a struggle. Hey, you don't give up. You make like a willow and you bend.
So it sounds like one of the things that is impactful for you is that management is effectively communicating what is supposed to happen, and that that applies to everyone, and not kind of these rules apply to this person and those rules apply to that person, but that kind of is that
no,
sound like
not
what was happening? I guess what I was hearing, I'm sorry. What I was hearing from you is that
yes, ma'am.
some people were allowed to do certain things and other people weren't. And so that inequity of the rules and how that's applying was a challenge.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But also, I'm in a facility that houses CSS people, but I'm a veteran. Now, they have to be more monitored than me, whereas I am a independent person. So I don't want a landlord walking into my apartment unannounced. Whereas CSS, it is practically normal for them to walk in unannounced. But I have to have boundaries.
So I think that speaks to the different rules and regulations that may apply depending on the type of housing someone's living in. And understanding that can sometimes be a challenge, I think.
Yes,
so,
ma'am.
yeah. So let's talk about who's responsible for what. When we talk about landlord-tenant relationships, traditionally there's a contract that goes along with that, a lease agreement, and that's a legally binding contract when utilized properly. And both parties have those responsibilities, but sometimes one of those parties isn't living up to those responsibilities. So let's talk about that, what those challenges are when responsibilities of each party may not be met, and maybe folks don't know what those responsibilities are. So Gary, can you talk a little bit about within your role as a landlord, what you believe your responsibilities are and what the responsibilities of your tenants are?
Yeah. Normally when I deal with the tenant, you know, we'll sit down, me and my wife, we'll interview them and kind of get a feel, ask questions that normally wouldn't be on the application. You just have a general conversation. Because as you talk to somebody, you begin to see their heart, begin to feel them. and see what they made of, because you just listen and then they'll just tell you what's really on their mind. So one of the things I always share, you know, if we give you this house or allow you to lease this house, you know, you treat it as though it's your own house. You know, the goal is to see you move out of here, get your own house, as basically do unto others as you would have others do unto you. So basically, this your house. And if like when I'm over there cutting the grass for whatever reason, you know, I cut those lawns because I actually be trying to show the kids, if there's kids involved, I get them, help them out, give them a few dollars, help them do the lawn. I'll show them certain things in the house, like the teenage daughter, ma'am, you don't pour the chicken grease down the sink. You know, I explain that in a nice way, to the point where the parent is not real upset when the landlord come over, because first of all, listen, this your house, you're gonna have your own house one day, and my job is really to kind of show them on the down low in a nice way on how to, you know, treat the property. I mean, I had one girl been in 3 of my Section 8 houses. She went from the north side to the south side to the east side. She's such a good tenant, 7 years. I don't want to let her go. So every time she wanted to move, I just moved her to another house because she was a good tenant, you know. And sometimes you have to be an example. So I, you know, as my own life, you know, my mom rented all her life, and I used to hate when that man came from Cuyahoga Falls and Mr. Landlord. I told him, my tenants kids, don't call me landlord, just call me Mr. Geary, because I used to hate that. So I try to treat them like as though they my children, or I try to show them in a way to help them better. So when they get their own house, they ain't got to be surprised or cussed out, you know. So that's how I kind of, like I said, I'm a different landlord. Everybody can't touch their landlord. You know, you got landlords who got hundreds of properties and you never see them type. Well, I'm in person, you know, so I like to see what's going on with my properties because I'm local. I don't have properties in California. They're all local. So that's how I try to treat others as I would have others do unto me.
But it sounds like one of the things that's been effective for you is really building a positive relationship with your tenant. And that's allowed for open forms of communication, it sounds like to me. Yes. Would you agree?
Yes.
Great, good. So that seems to be a key point there. So, Debbie, what are some of the common misconceptions that you see among tenants in regards to their responsibilities as a tenant, but also their expectations of what the landlord's responsible for?
Going off of what Gary just said is, if they do call in a work order, if for some reason it's not fixed properly, call in another work order or let the manager know. Unfortunately, we don't always know if it wasn't fixed properly, so keeping that, again, good communication, letting us know there's still an issue. Also, if there's crime at a property, calling the police first and foremost. A lot of times, the residents want to start with the management company, and it's after the fact. Yeah. So calling the police first. And then with calling the police is once we know that there's something criminal happening, we normally open up our own investigation. And sometimes the misconception is we're not doing anything, but investigation and gathering the information does take a lot of time. Yes. And we do have to keep that information confidential until it comes to a solution. So just, again, communicating, but knowing that someone's situation might not be as black and white as you see it. There's also reasonable accommodations. Again, we have to keep things confidential. So someone's story, even though you think it's the same as your story, it might not always be the case. Yeah. Neighbor relations would be probably another thing. Work towards having a good relationship with your neighbor on your own and seeing if you can work that out prior to coming to the management too, because with the neighbors you have to have that good open communication as well.
Good. Cooper, what are your expectations of your housing provider, and what do you think are your responsibilities as a tenant when you're present in your unit?
My first is to pay my rent.
Good.
I am in permanent supportive housing. They created that permanent for a reason. Once upon a time, we had to go to treatment or go to some type of class or education to qualify for housing. President Obama said, no, let's give them housing first. And then that can build someone's self-esteem, and they can manage their own addiction or whatever they may be going through. To me, it works. It makes sense. It's, I enjoyed the program and all of the supportive services that are out there. Thank you, people, if any of you are here, because this is where I try to empower the people within our residence. Knowledge is empowering. So, I just think of the elderly, though. They just take so preyed upon, and they're just not tuned in to what's going on. But just each one teach one.
Okay, good. So we know that landlord-tenant relationships are governed by laws and policies, as I've said before, and sometimes those are different depending on the type of housing. And we acknowledge that there's a power dynamic there. The way that Ohio laws are currently set up, they are more favorable to the landlord. And we have to understand that that power dynamic can really impact the relationships and the communication style. When problems arise, sometimes folks don't know who's even involved or who to call. Sometimes they don't know who their landlord is, or maybe their landlord has changed, property's been sold or something of that sort, or they're calling AMHA when they really need to call, and they have a voucher, but they really need to call their landlord. So understanding those relationships and those policies, can we talk for a minute about what some of the key forms of misinformation or disinformation is that's out there? So I'm going to take a liberty as the moderator and say my favorite one, to go off of what Mr. Cooper said, is that I don't have to pay my rent if the landlord's not making repairs. If I can say anything, don't ever stop paying your rent. There are ways to deal with that. There's rules and policies that govern that to deal with that. So what are some of those key things, Mr. Lash, for you specifically, that you're seeing that the city is handling and dealing with some of those policies, and what role can the city really play in some of that?
Well, we really don't get into those issues between landlords and tenants, but one of the things that I always emphasize when I do talk to tenants is tenant education. It's critically important. You need to be totally educated as far as your lease. You need to know exactly what your tenant responsibilities are. So that's been one of the things that we've emphasized. And if there are services that we can, or partners in the community that we can refer them to, we do that readily so that they can actually be in the best position to deal with their landlord. When it comes to landlords, we don't necessarily involve ourselves with those, but again, if we can connect them to a service and try to work with them and advise them through those situations, we try to redirect them unofficially, of course, because we can't get involved. But definitely on the tenant side, tenant education is crucial, because you need to know, a tenant needs to know their rights, but landlords have their rights as well. So it's very important. And we have, from my position, we have to be impartial. So I don't take a side. I just, I advise when I can, and try to assist.
With the tenant education that you guys have promoted from the city, what about landlord education? What have you done on that side to educate landlords about what their rights and responsibilities are? Well, that's something, you have a plethora of different types of landlords, So you have some that manage 3 properties. You have them all up to managing thousands of properties. So, landlords are governed by the law, just like tenants are. And like I tell people and share with people all the time, you have good landlords, you have bad landlords. Just like you have, good tenants, bad tenants. They're people too. So we try to advise them as best we can. And to speaking towards the Landlord Tenant Advisory Council, that's what we're discussing. That's what we're trying to discuss, some real solutions to share with the community, as to how we can better communicate, better get along, landlord-tenant relations. So we're working through that with the help of our various partners through the community. And I see some individuals from the courts. One of my key component, and Judge Cable over here, and I see Montrell in the back as well. We've been talking about some of these issues, how we can better this issue in the city of Akron, how we can bring real solutions to the table to help the city of Akron better
landlord-tenant relations.
Yeah. If folks were in the panel in this room previously, you may have heard Magistrate Hardaway talk about the court's mediation program. I think that's one way that communication is trying to be opened up in our community between landlords and tenants. But when it gets to an eviction court, at that point, we're already a little late for that communication. So we really want to try and see if we can open those lines of communication earlier. And maybe some of the education would be a good point in that to do. So Debbie, what are some of the things that you're hearing from your tenants? I mean, AMHA has the largest stock of housing in our community, has the largest number of tenants in our community of any housing provider. So what are some of the misinformation and disinformation that you hear from tenants, but also maybe even from your landlords that you work with?
Probably from our tenants. A lot of times we'll get that the property manager was out to get them, and I guess we do not send out a 30-day notice without sending a referral over to our resident services department. We have a very robust resident services department, and whenever we're sending out a 30-day notice, we're also doing a referral to them to get them involved, a third party, someone else for them to communicate with if the relationship is torn, to hopefully bring the relationship back together. AMHA's goal is not to do evictions. We're one of the last places for people to go to, so we do not want to do an eviction, so we always want like that last chance to see what we can do to correct it. Probably another thing with the 30-day notice to terminate is that is definitely not the end-all be-all. That is letting the resident know that there's something here, that you're violating the lease, and we need it corrected. So you don't, when you get that notice, you don't have to up and move. Let's see if it's something that we can curable. And what we do tell our managers too is, maybe add a Post-it note to it. Hey, call me, this is curable. So again, we keep those lines of communication open. The other thing is unless there's a crime of violence or a drug thing, there's a whole grievance process you can go through. There's the informal grievance process, the formal grievance process, and then it would go to court. So even if you're getting the 3-day notice, that is not a 3-day notice to move. That's a 3-day notice letting you know that you're gonna go to court. So just explaining the whole eviction grievance policy, I think would be important. And then also we are lucky with a robust resident services program. We also have a robust police force and our investigations team too. So again, having those conversations and bringing those people in as needed.
Good. Gary, I know I love hearing your stories. So from your tenants, what have you heard before that is misinformation or disinformation from them?
Like one time, a misinformation, I had a tenant that got some mice in the house. And so she called herself calling Section 8, talking about, well, we got these mice in the house. And, first of all, when they moved in there, the house, we inspect the house. I keep my house just like I would move in them or have to move back in them, or one of my kids got to move back in one of them, so I keep them up. And so she didn't know that I found out that her brother was living in the basement and had food in the basement and a refrigerator down there. And so, occasionally I go in and change the filters. And, and I just kind of look around to see how they maintain the house. So I said, well, ma'am, maybe if someone wasn't living in the basement with a Twinkie sitting on the cabinet over there, maybe the mice wouldn't be coming in, because we didn't have mice or roaches before you moved in here. And one thing about Section 8, they ain't playing with that. Like she talked about the 30 days. If they report something, whether it's true or not, you got to address it. And you got to address it within 30 days. So I already knew that when I called back down there for my final thing, I said, well, ma'am, what I didn't want to say is she had somebody living in the basement that had food down. Well, I ain't talking about telling Miss Debbie, but I didn't want to drop dime on the girl. But what I told her, I said, ma'am, you need to clean all this up. The refrigerator down there, it ain't working. You got food hanging out of it. That's why you got mice. She insisted on that Section 8 needed to address it. So what I did, since she didn't address her brother moving out of there, her lease came up just quietly. I ended her lease. I ain't had no more issues because it's a 1-year lease. So that's how I did to actually, because she insisted on coming out. I said, you know, at the end of the day, I said, bye, Felicia, because that was her name. And it really was. I said, bye, Felicia, after the fact. And I said, I was the best landlord you ever had. But it was other alternatives. She had another idea about what she thought she was going to get over. So I'm just saying, there's a lot of personal stuff involved in that. So you got to be very careful, especially usually my wife handle a lot of that kind of stuff when it comes to slick women. But she's like, why you looking at me? No, I'm just saying, so them some of the things you got to be mindful, but it worked itself out.
But it sounds like you were able to identify ways to work with the tenant, and whether the tenant wanted to comply with what you were asking for is another story, but you attempted to, and you found ways to mitigate the situation at that point in time, that maybe didn't have to lead directly to eviction. Right. Obviously, that would have been your right to take that on if you chose to, since they were not complying with the lease. Right. But you were able to find ways to mitigate the situation that worked effectively for both of you. So, Debbie, do you have something you want to add?
Hold up, just real quick, Lauren, I wanted to add. No landlord wants to go down and see Judge Cable down there, because by the time you get to him, that's $1,000 you done spent. So now you got to spend all this money to evict. I never had to evict nobody. I never evicted. Thank God they just left. And or I sent my crazy brother over there. No, I'm just playing. Yeah, sent one of the people from the hood. And no, I'm just playing. But I really said that. But no, I'm just saying, nobody really, most landlords don't really want to evict people. They really don't, because it costs money to do that. Yeah. And so normally, like I said, I never evicted nobody in 16 years, so you try to work it out. So.
Yeah, no, I agree with Gary. We don't want to do evictions also. And that just reminded me, with the Housing Choice Voucher Program, some of our participants think if they don't get help with the landlord in getting their work fixed, that they're done. But they can always call AMHA and get a special inspection done. Yeah. We do our annual, biannual inspections, but we can always come in and do a special inspection. And that special inspection can be for the landlord or for the resident, or if there's a neighbor that sees something fishy going on over there, anyone can call in for a special inspection and we'll follow up on it.
And Debbie, that was a special inspection. So when the guy came to the rental property, I showed him, I said, look at that refrigerator, look at that stuff in there. And so he, like the city, he non-biased, he didn't really get involved, but he took that note down. So that was addressed during y'all's investigation.
Thank you.
I think you guys have made a good point. Those open lines of communication were able to work to address an issue, and it may not have been resolved to everybody's liking, but steps were taken, community resources were utilized to be able to ideally resolve the situation in the least harmful way at that point in time, is what I'm hearing from you guys. So, good. So, as we work to improve these relationships between landlords and tenants, what are some tips that y'all can name for us that you would suggest tenants or landlords utilize to maybe that are struggling with the situation or having a hard time communicating with each other? What are some tips that you would have? Cooper, you mentioned that you had some tenants organizing and some resources that you had referred folks to. What are some of those tips?
Well, one of them, I go to management or the landlord. In my case, I have a management. And I tell them, I want a win-win. It doesn't have to be someone loses. Let us both win. Be ready for compromise. I don't have to win. I just have to survive. So, and so I tell this to management, and boy, we get off to a good start. It really gets the energy pumping. They listen. They listen to me. But my goal is, I just want a voice at that table. Someone said it out there. I want a voice at that table because I live there. They work there. They go home at 4 or 5. I'm left there to hear the mice crawling through the ceilings and stuff. They don't see that part of it. So they don't, you have to connect with them. I have a way of connecting. But yeah, we get along great.
So starting with that form of compromise and focus of compromise has been a good thing that has worked for you.
Yes,
Be a good tip?
it has worked for me, and when I go to my support services, whoever it is, I try to get them on board too. Everything should flow like an orchestra. It should be a harmony. This service getting along with this service, and you let it flow. I don't believe in resistance. Life is not here to be bad to us.
Right.
Stop. Put the resistance down. I have to de-escalate so many residents and just saying, look, it's just saying comply. All you have to do is comply. But I'm glad that I can have that open communication with them. And then I can go to management and I can vouch for that or stand up for that person. We need to help each other. We're all angels with one wing. We can only fly if we work together. You know, we have to join.
All right. Mr. Lash, what are some tips that you have?
Yeah, actually, when I get phone calls from residents in these situations, I always suggest, and one of the things we've been talking about with the Landlord Tenant Advisory Council is seeking resolution strategies. You know, one of the things that has been proposed, and I don't know exactly how we're going to carry this out, but seeking mediation in these situations. How can we bring the landlord and the tenant to the table to work through this issue before it escalates and it gets to the courts? You know, it doesn't necessarily need to get there, but what can we do prior to that to work out the situation? Because it is a real relationship. The landlord-tenant relationship is crucial. So what tools can we best utilize to get both the landlord and the tenant to a resolution? And it doesn't have to escalate to get to the courts. So those are some of the things that I actually suggest in my conversations.
Good. That's really helpful. Gary, what are some tips you have?
Some of the tips is like Director Lash said, just resources, letting them know about the resources. During COVID, one of the tenants had to pay additional $200 because their rent only covered such and such. And so she got like 3 months behind. And, you know, they was giving the COVID money from the Summit County, COVID, and I think the city was doing it too. So I said, well, maybe you ought to go down there and apply for it. She applied for it, got caught up on the rent, and everything worked out. So usually in those situations, it's even as a good landlord, you want to find out all the resources out there so it don't come to that point, because it's a lot of people that'll help you. I mean, I can just throw Catholic Charities out there. They pay utilities. So I'm always thinking of a way, if somebody come and say, well, I can't do this, I can't do that, well, call this place, call that place, call this place. So I'm already up on what they need to do just before they even answer, because it's usually most problems that a tenant and a landlord have is fixable.
Okay. Debbie, what are your tips?
I agree with Gary and Cooper. Keep those lines of communication open. I love the win-win situations too, Cooper. And the resources as well. Again, we're fortunate with the Robust Resident Services program to be able to really get out there in the community and get on some of the other resources. I know we've been very fortunate with the CARES money, United Way. We've benefited and been able to refer a lot of our residents for that money. And just keeping those lines of communication open. If you can't get along with the property manager does have a supervisor. There are resident services people in the building. You gotta have that good communication and let them know what's going on.
Good. So we've had a great conversation up here, and we want to open it up to all of you that may have questions that you want to ask of our panelists. Again, I would ask that you keep your question to like 1 to 2 minutes max. We want to make sure that we can get to as many people as possible. And we do have someone that's going to walk around with a mic so that we can have you mic'd when you ask that question. So please wait until the mic gets to you. But if you have questions, let's talk about them. So when I see somebody raise their hand, I'm gonna call them out. So I have one back here, Linda, if you want to head that way, and then we'll keep going around the room from there.
My name is Lily Jackson. This question may be for the AMHA person. I'm a former tenant counsel for the Wilpeth Arlington complex when they first remodeled back in the 80s. AMHA, I blame you all for the blight of the rental problem on the east side. You stop embracing those tenants and those developments. Back then, the person was a social worker. They encouraged tenant council. They informed us on what was going. They encouraged voter registrations. We met at the unit under the Jackson and Leary administration. It was a lot more progressive. And then you became just the landlord and you collected the rent and you neglected the tenants, and this is what we have now.
So I guess I just want to make sure if there's a question there that you want to address, but what I'm hearing from you is that there's just some concerns that properties have not been maintained in our community.
I'd like to see AMHA go back and embrace their properties because we can thrive there. There was a lot going on. We were more progressive. Of course, you still had the problems with some tenants, but we were pro AMHA. Right now, it's not that way.
Good to understand. What other questions do folks have? Up here, Linda?
I'm sorry, where?
Sorry, right here.
Hi, my name is Ben Gifford with Akron DSA. I wanted to get back to mentioning something about tenants not acceptable to not pay rent, for example, keep paying your rent. As I understand it, a renter has a contract, so I think it's important for a landlord to also keep up that contract. So I guess what I'm getting at is it seems like there's an imbalance of power in the tenant and landlord relationship, and that the tenant faces eviction and possible homelessness if they break their end of the contract, and the consequences for the landlord do not seem as dire to me. So is there a role that you think city, county, et cetera, governments can play in easing that kind of imbalance if you see it as an imbalance?
Mr. Lash, I'll let you address that.
Thank you for the question. I actually don't want to delve into the legalities because I'm not an attorney and I'm not a judge. There are some in the audience, but you are right, and I do see the point. And those are some of the issues that we're discussing with the Landlord Tenant Advisory Council as to how we can kind of level the playing field, so to speak. I don't have the answer because I've never been to law school. There are some very capable people in the room, but I can assure you that those issues are being discussed because tenants have expressed that same sentiment as to how we can address that. And, that is something that's very, very serious and very close to the work that we're doing. So I appreciate the question. I just cannot answer it from my vantage point.
And I just want to add to that. That's the reason why we're having this symposium. The lady told a story about the unhumane, animals and all that in her apartment. And so I think this being one of the first of its kind in this area, that it's a possibility that we could become a role model for the whole country. Well, what did they do in Akron? You know what I mean? Just like we're a welcome city with the International Institute. Well, we could become a welcome city on how to find answers and solutions. And I think with us all in this room, there's some very smart people in here. And I think that what you're saying is that I think we'll be able to figure that out.
And if I could add, that's a very important question that you asked. And one of the things I would encourage you to do is to lobby your council, your council members, your council members, the mayor, your state legislative body, the governor, your congressman, because as was said in the session earlier, unless we actually engage ourselves in the process, things are not going to change. So it's crucially important that questions like you just asked are posed to the people that we have elected and that are in power, because that's the only way the changes are going to come. That's the only way it's going to happen is legislatively.
We have another question over here, Linda.
Hello, my name is John Goran. I'm a volunteer mediator for the ODR program for Akron Municipal Courts. The problem I see when we have issues and there are evictions and it's a very short time frame is the lack of communication. On this panel, we have people who are aware, who are communicating, but how do we reach all the landlords who aren't here? How do we reach the tenants? I heard about programs to help landlords make repairs. Is there a mechanism to make sure all landlords are aware of that funding if they need it? As well as CARES Act, and I heard Gary, you let your tenants know, but not all landlords do. So how can we promote that communication before you get to the non-payment and controversy issue?
I think that's absolutely why we're here today, is to figure out how we can better communicate and provide that education. So can any of you speak to education opportunities for landlords and for tenants that exist in the community, maybe ones that you've participated in or that you know about?
Well, we do have the 211 number, United Way.
That's great.
That's probably one of the best as far as if they told they can call 211, because they pretty much can tell you anything, whether you need some food or whether you need rent paid. That's one I know of.
Just to add to that, I actually did attend the United Way luncheon yesterday, and there are a multitude of resources that they provide to tenants or residents who actually are renting, and they can be of great assistance in situations like that. Again, when it comes to the landlords, because you have, what I'm finding, you have a number of landlords who, especially since the pandemic, have come to the town and purchase properties, but they live in California, Texas, so they're not local and they could care less. So there's a number of issues that we need to actually deal with as a city to kind of curtail that. But those who are local, I mean, there are services that are available that residents need to reach out to and take advantage of.
Mr. Lash, am I correct in that even for the city's landlord rental registry that all landlords have to register their properties with, they have to identify a local person that will care for the property if they are not local. Am I correct on that?
That is correct.
Okay. So is the city able to utilize that rental registry in any way to share information at all, or has that been considered?
We have, but in many instances, that individual who is local does not have the decision-making authority to make decisions. So there are some issues that we need to overcome in that area, but you are correct.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure I was thinking of that correctly there.
Yes.
So
And Lauren, AMHA has a landlord portal that we try to give our landlords all the information of. I know the CARES Act stuff was on our landlord portal. And then our Resident Services Department sends out monthly newsletters, keeping our residents informed. And then if anything comes out from United Way or the COC sooner, we will do, it's called a constant contact, where we're sending an email out letting all of our providers and residents and landlords know what's going on in the community also.
Great. I will add to your point there, so that Fair Housing Contact Service, and I'll give a small plug for my own agency, we provide education and information to all tenants and landlords. They just have to come to us is all. So we exist to do that as well. So I'm going to shift to the other side of the room. I see a question in the back there. Sorry, Linda.
I'm good.
We'll make Linda get her steps in today. Yeah.
Oh.
No, we'll want you to have the mic. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Deborah Holman. And first I want to say kudos to the landlords on the board, on the panel, for being good landlords. Not all are good or working with the residents. I think there needs to be something done on the local level because I feel like there's a lot of politics going on, but when it comes to you living in unhumane situations, you don't want to wait a year or election to election time, which there is an election May 3rd. I hope everybody get out and vote in every election because they're all important. But as a tenant in the city of Akron, I just went through 2 years of HE double hockey stick. And when it comes to private landlords or private property, there needs to be, the key word is accountability, no matter where the landlord lives. The city of Akron needs to have something in place to make these people accountable, because to call these various agencies and to keep hearing, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, until you don't want to hear that phrase anymore, that's where I'm at. But it doesn't make them, even escrowing your rent doesn't make them do what's required. Because if the city of Akron is not holding these people accountable, they're gonna keep doing, or should I say neglecting to do the things that's needed. And that's how I feel the sentiments of the lady over there with the Wilbert. The living conditions in these apartments that house senior, elderly, disabled people, it's ridiculous. Nobody should live like that. And the question people should ask is, would I want a family member? It doesn't have to be your parents. Would you want a family member living like some of us live in the city of Akron in these buildings? Whether it's AMHA or HUD or privately owned, accountability, everybody needs to be accountable. And I think one way of making that happen is people coming together, networking, the various agencies, so that when a person makes a phone call, they don't have to make 50 to get something done, that they can make that one phone call, whether it's 211 or wherever, and get the assistance that's needed, because it is much needed. And it's very heartbreaking as well as stressful and emotional to actually have to go through that. I just escrowed my rent in November, and the court ruled in my favor and reimbursed me my money, and my rent was zero. But it was only 3 weeks ago that the work was done in my house, and two years. That's ridiculous. Nobody should have to live like that. And I'm a disabled senior, and that didn't matter. So, and I called all the various agencies after agencies, and I think the politics on a local level, that needs to change, because the city of Akron has its own health department. Summit County has a health department. It needs to be everybody working together to make it better here in the city of Akron. When I first came here in 2000, I felt like I moved to Mayberry. I felt like any minute Barney or Inkby was gonna come around the corner, because the people here had that southern hospitality. I felt like Akron was a city that cared about the people that lived here. But it seemed like when Mayor Pasquale retired, everything went out the window. The streets look horrible. They're very painful on people's body to travel around this city. But it's like the people in position, you need to work together to make the city better, to make housing better, to make people want to be here, because you're working for not just the landlords or the tenants, but you're working so that people can get something done now. When it comes to the tenants, this is really, really bad right now.
Thank you. So we hear a lot about conditions issues, as Ms. Holman has described here today. Mr. Lash, can you speak to what the city is doing? I've heard some things in the news in regards to inspectors and such things. Can you speak to what the city's doing in regards to housing conditions?
Yeah, how did I know you were going to call on me?
Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Ms. Holman. I know Ms. Holman very well. I'm glad you got that situation worked out. The city is actually we've actually increased our staffing levels, and we've increased our resources. So we actually have a plan to address a lot of these issues. In times past, in recent past rather, the reason why we haven't, because we had some lack of resources, but the mayor has approved additional resources because of some of these issues that have been occurring here within recent months. So a lot of these issues, as far as going out, being able to do inspections at these residences, those are going to be done, and they're going to be done at a faster and more rapid pace. And we're going to write orders to comply. We're going to, be a lot more stringent on some of these landlords, so to speak. One of the things I do want to say, to her point, a lot of residents don't understand how we're restricted as far as what we can do. because a lot of these homes they're subsidized by the federal government, HUD. So, I mean, we can't usurp the federal government. So there are restrictions, and I would just encourage you all to kind of learn the differences between the levels of government as far as what restrictions we do have. What we can do within our power, we will do. I can assure you of that. I know it maybe seems slow, but if you give us a call, if you press the issue, we will get out there and we will get it done.
I've seen more questions. I'm going to try and go the other side of the room here. Greg, I'm going to skip you though. Yes. I'm sorry, Greg. I love you. But back here, I'm going to get to Greg in a minute.
Hi, my name is Lisa. I'm with United Way. My question, fair housing, you probably would be able to answer it best. And I ask this question because I pride myself in being a housing advocate, and I get those phone calls of, I am in a home that is month-to-month lease compared to being a yearly lease. And I feel that my landlord just terminated my lease because I brought up an issue. So now I feel like I'm being retaliated against. I wanted to see if you can, or if anybody on the panel can really speak to or provide guidance or advice on what we can say on the housing advocates and on when we're getting those phone calls.
Does anybody want to take it? Or you want me to?
I'll take that, because I'm going through that, ma'am. You hold your head up and you just deal with it. Life is about adversity. It's only gonna make you stronger. Sing out, speak to it. I mean, if we knew what we were capable of doing, we would amaze ourselves. I mean, yell, scream, or shout. It's the squeaky wheel that gets the oil. That's how I got it done. And I can sit with a telephone in front of me and I can dial 10 agencies, and I'll be polite and courteous to them and thank them, because they don't hear that. So when I call and I'm saying thank you for this, yes, I won them over on my side. It isn't hard, people. You just have to become involved and watch out for your neighbor. We're here for each other.
I think from a policy perspective, what you've described really speaks to the imbalance that exists within our current structure of landlord-tenant law, where a landlord can make the choice. We're on a month-to-month lease. I'm going to give you a 30-day notice, and you do have to leave within that 30 days or potentially face eviction. And so that's where I think some of the imbalance comes in. So there's not a good answer for you because of that imbalance, and yes, that is something that could happen. But if tenants don't address the conditions issues that they're facing, then those landlords can't be held accountable. But it's really fearful to do that if you're going to lose your housing. The most important thing that any of us have is a safe, affordable, sustainable place to live. And when folks don't have that, or there's fear holding something over them to not be able to give that, that's really scary to do. Sometimes there's other ways to be able to address those concerns if they're fearful of telling the landlord. Sometimes they can just call the city and let them know that directly, and sometimes that can be done anonymously. Not always, but sometimes it can be. So there are some resources that exist, but unfortunately that really speaks to that imbalance. Unfortunately.
And
so,
ma'am, if you have evidence, that's something, even if, over time, you know your landlord, you kind of know what they're capable of sometime. And I know that it's hard to prove retaliation. It's hard to prove that. But if you had any information, just remember that part, because don't nobody want to get turned into fair housing, or because their organization not Rufus, but there's other fair housing out there. And so it's other avenues to turn them in privately without any repercussions.
And I also want to add that I am a veteran, so I speak to these issues because I'm less likely to be attacked. So I have to mention that. But me being a veteran, I can be vocal and I can be heard, and that's all I want. I just want to be heard. Because there's a lot of people who get stepped on and just forgotten about. We're not supposed to be seen. We're not supposed to be that. You're supposed to like it. Who likes living with roaches and bed bugs? I've seen people bitten all up, and they still won't take the photographs. I don't know.
And we've got a question over here.
Yes,
This gentleman's been.
I'm sorry.
Do you still have a question, sir? Okay. You'd been waiting.
Yeah, this question is for the gentleman from the city. I led a rent strike in New York City. We didn't have cooking gas for 2 years. Yeah, and I think the central problem was the landlord was a real estate trust. They were buying buildings for tens of millions of dollars. And our building, we probably, the rent strike, the cumulative amount was probably $200,000 to $300,000. It's nothing to them. And the fines from the city, as I understand it, was maybe like $4,000 a month. So they weren't motivated, even though they lost multiple times in court against us. So I'm not familiar with conditions in Akron, but I'm wondering what the city would do to address a situation like that.
To address a rent strike?
No, a situation where the landlord is corporate. It's a lot. They own thousands of properties.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, again, I'm not an attorney, but I can tell you how I can just give you some story that we've dealt with. We've dealt with some issues here in the city of Akron where a landlord had some blighted properties. The landlord was in London, England. So he had someone local that was dealing with the issues who had no decision-making capacity, who had no authority to make the decisions that were necessary in order to address the issues. So that's a big problem. I don't necessarily know how to address that, because when you have a landlord who actually has the decision-making capacity across another part of the world, what can you do? So we can only do what we can do based on our ordinances here in the city of Akron and try to work with the local individual to address those issues. But that's a big problem. I agree with you. And it's very frustrating from our standpoint as well, because when you have to deal with somebody, you're dealing with someone who's, it's 8 o'clock here and it's a different time, they may be in the bed, where can you find a resolution? So I understand your frustration, and we can only do the best we can, and we try as best we can to try to resolve it. It's a real problem.
All right, we're going to go to Greg and then Mikia, and then we're going to wrap it up for the day. So we've got 5 minutes, and we're going to do those last 2 questions.
Okay, Greg Sain, Legal Aid. And some of these comments here bring up actually this Landlord-Tenant Council report that's going to be issued. I don't know how specific it's going to get on some of the recommendations. Is there going to be a period of public, comment? For example, the example that this gentleman just spoke about, this would be a situation where it may be required, I would think, that somebody have decision-making capacity locally. And if they didn't have decision-making capacity, that would be addressed in some fashion. I'm not going to speak to what that would be, but the reality is that you do need somebody here that can make decisions now to address whatever that issue is. Or things like something where the landlord would be required to certify the condition of their property at the time of rental, that in fact it meets code, things like that, or even at the point of eviction, in a non-payment case, that it meets code, these kinds of things, where it would in essence be an attempt to address the responsibility issue that the lady in the back there mentioned earlier. I think it was Ms. Holman, just getting to some of these responsibility issues. So some of these properties, they're not financial vehicles, they're actually houses. And so they're treated as houses rather than an investment tool, if you will, a loan product, like a loan product of some sort, in other words, investment product. So that to me is part of where the mentality comes in, because some of these landlords, particularly with the LLCs were mentioned earlier, their whole business model is basically based on getting as much as they can out of a property, not doing anything, even to the point of tax foreclosure, if that's what it takes, but they've made their money. And now with these high rents, they're taking money out of our community. Who knows where it's going and what they're doing with it. So I guess what I'm saying is, there will be this report, I assume, that's issued at a certain point. I don't know how specific it's going to get. Is there going to be then the opportunity for follow-up in terms of public comment and further input? How is that process going to work?
It's a great question, great comments. There will be a report issued, and there will be an opportunity for the community to share their input. That has been, we are working toward that. It's going to be sometime later, probably this year, but we are working on that. Cheryl Stevens of EANDC is our chair. So we are working through that process now. We've had a number of speakers who have come to speak with us to share their ideas. Judge Cable and Montrella Jackson of Akron Muni Court have come. They were there yesterday. So we're gathering a lot. We're having a lot of conversations and getting a lot of ideas to contribute to this report that will be issued. And when that does happen, the community will have an opportunity to buy in and share their comments as well. So I can't tell you when that date's going to be, but I can assure you that that opportunity will be afforded.
And Mikio is our next question. We got like 1 minute.
Okay, where am I headed?
Right here. Where? Straight, right, turn right, right there. There you go.
Oh, I didn't know whose hand was up. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Emika Mentor. I am an organizer at the Freedom Block. I am also the tenant president of the Eviction. My question is about inspections. Okay, I've been dealing with the housing division, and they go and they inspect these apartments. I was wondering, are they going to add codes and violations, because when they have been coming out, they've been looking for what's in plain sight. Rodents and droppings and everything is not going to be in plain sight. Rodents are not going to be in plain. Roaches are not either. So I feel like they should inspect a little more. And another question is, I just need advice. When you go to city council, when you go and talk to HUD, and you talk to HUD and they say, well, we got like 4 different departments and none of us communicate with each other. What do you do next to get your community help as far as uninhabitable housing?
Well, I can't speak for HUD. I can only speak for the city of Akron. That's a great question. And you're probably correct. And that's something, if you want to call my office, we can discuss having more in-depth inspections. We actually go by the ordinance of the city of Akron. So we do our inspections as far as what the criteria that is laid out by the city council. So we don't go outside of that, because we focus on what, our criteria, our set criteria. If there are additional issues that you think that we need to look at, give me a call and we can discuss that. Thank you.
So first and foremost, I want to thank our panelists for being with us today. Thank you all so much. I think I've heard 3 themes that we have brought up here today: conditions, education, and to correct the imbalance of power. So I hope as you go on here today and hear our speaker at lunch, Mr. Matthew Desmond, and also stay for the afternoon to have those conversations, let's talk about solutions to these issues that we've raised here today. Thank you all so much.
I'm going to remember you in person.
Good job.
Man, you always see that.